And welcome back. Hello, hello. So, this week today, I'm going to be picking up where I left off on Wednesday, as there's still a fair bit left to do on the little moth character. Hey, Skipper. Glad to see there are people here. Did I set that as that's very strange. Oh, that's just not pure dark. Sneeze already coming, I think? No. But yes. Yeah, I'm going to be... Yeah, I'll be just be carrying on with this. A few more things to do on the line art, and then all of the colouring and shading, obviously. I don't think there's a great deal left to do on the character except for clothing. And yeah, there's clothing and there's the background, and I still haven't come to a decision as to what I want to do on the clothing section. Because I'm not just going to put nothing. That'll be a little awkward. And the existing one is kind of a short top and then some leggings with heart patterns on the side. The outfit, draw more moth-esque. Okay, so I'm doing all those just fine. And I can hide the timer. And I'll set this going. Let's see if I can... Okay, that's not exactly what I was thinking of. I was trying to find... I went searching for some fur-lined jeans kind of look, but nothing standing out immediately. Okay, well, no progress on that thus far. I'll do some... I'll do some background stuff first. So we have a couple lines down. That one on the back isn't going to make much sense. Though, one there will. Nope, I messed that up. I was going to put a gap there. So yeah, this is going to be one of those this is going to be one of those cloth and fabric shops with all the kind of the rolls of them and the rolls of carpet and such around. Oh, wrong tool, need to get back to this. Is this still the line? No, it's not. Okay. First line. God, the... First, I guess I'll start with you. I'll see if I can figure out how to fade it into the back as I go further back along the wall. Get it kind of, make it kind of go blurry and have the background out of focus. So let's see if I can figure this one out. Okay, yeah, that does work like that. I've never used the rotate, but I watch a lot of artists, and between Krita, the rotate tool, and some advice on shading, I'm steadily learning at least the basics that I probably should have learned a long time ago. I took art when I went to high school and didn't really, none of it sank in. And I'm not sure if it was me or if it was just the style of education sucked. And I'm prepared to accept both, but right. Let's get this guide back. Go for, I guess, a 50% because we're already getting mostly grey. So we want. Oh. What is it? What is this snapping? Doing this very strange kind of snapping on the line tool to nowhere near where I tell it to go. No. Where's that 50% one? That should probably be around there. No. Hmm. Get. So I put it there and it moves it to up. What the? I have not the slightest clue why. Okay, that line just won't exist. One, two, three more. I've got one more coming in from there. I guess we'd probably have one more right down the bottom. Okay. Awkward, scuffed perspective guide done. Okay, so that line will go. About here. I might be a little quieter than usual. It's been a bit of a it's been a bit of a tiring night and a frustrating day. I have not received some money that I was meant to, and I had to suddenly change my dinner arrangements. Sorry to hear that. Hope things will get better for you soon. Maybe I may just have to write that money off as lost, which is irritating because it's a good it's a good couple hundred at least that I was meant to be getting. it's one of the. So I guess it's one of the many reasons why I'm hoping that I can make some progress on all this stuff. The streaming, the artwork, the commissions. It's less to worry about on those things when they fall through. There's this either way. This is still fun. I still like this. The characters that I'm drawing. God. Ah. Oh, I see what I've done wrong. Kinda. This line doesn't match the rest of the pattern. So that might also end up being doing some drawing for my other job, though. Well, I'll have to see about getting extra pay if they're going to get me doing effectively two jobs at once. Mm. All time. You have to remember to make. Oh God! Come on, get my lines back. Like that. Each one has to at least not follow quite the same trajectory as the line above. And I know this is fabrics, and I know this is something where I could be using the line tool, but same situation as before. It's meant to be, the lines should be rougher because it's the same situation as when I was doing those clay plant pots for the demi piece. But like, I wish I could draw straighter lines that don't involve me just going, what? I can do that and get mostly straight, but I can't start and end in the location that I decide. That one did. No, no. Close enough. Almost there. Mm-hmm. Plus, the climbing place I like to go to is, well, I haven't felt like I really want to go there recently, and the place doesn't seem to be getting much better either. God, what's this? I hope you're winning this fight of art you're speaking of. Welcome to the stream, Demi. Not particularly. My team is, last I checked, over 100,000 points behind, which is at least 50,000 attacks, and this is still my first piece for it, or at least the first piece that I'm doing for it that I can actually submit. It's, like, let's see what is it looking like at the moment? Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, about okay, well, yeah, about 140,000 points behind. So, granted, it isn't even halfway. Actually, it's about halfway through. So, there's still plenty of time for things to change. Should I give lamp to Moth? Not yet. Let her finish exploring the fabrics first. This moth likes soft and fluffy things, so or soft things, so. So I think that was the. Oh no, it's just there is just the fluffy is the general character theme. For some reason, I think those slits on the side look like gills, and I'm laughing my arse over here. Funnily enough, those are ears. I'm gonna shrink the brush. Yeah, those are actually. Yeah, those are actually. Those are actually ears. So, little bit off the mark on that. But ow! I think a month and a half of drawing pretty much every day is starting to hurt my hand. Just maybe, you know. Sounds about right. Yep. Which would absolutely suck to happen during Artfight. No, no, I'll just slide across, thank you. Tympanal organs, more or less equivalent to ears, found just about anywhere on a hexapod's body, and Lepidopterans in particular, the order of butterflies and moth, have them located on the thorax. Thank you for the biological breakdown there. Abdomen. Okay. Thank you for the corrected scientific breakdown. It's one of the features of the character that I modified because I was told I was allowed to. And if I manage to get a decent way through, if I manage to complete this piece, which I'm not expecting to today, but if I do manage to complete this piece, I'll probably shift over to working on the Be Right Back, or just kind of just chatting screen that I plan to put together. Wait, what am I doing? These places would not have. These places would not have the would not have the cloth going all the way to the floor. In fact, I can do that a little bit better. Like that. We will need that line after all. Actually, no, it'll need to be kind of wavier. Need that though. And it's worth. Oh, right. That's the thing. It's worth noting that all of this, all of today's troubles started shortly after the stream started shortly after the stream announcement went out. So it's all kind of fresh too. Not related, but still a pain. I keep forgetting I need the line tool. Up, up. A bit more pressure. Nice firm line back there. Mercifully, of course, a lot of this doesn't get seen. Ugh. Oh, yes. None of this. None of that now. Or you. Okay. Okay, Moth is front and center again. Cool. Let's see, there's that one there. I'm going to remove this one. I can be delicate about it anyway. You there, I'm going. Now we put. Okay, you need to go down a little bit while I work on this. Okay, I need to draw some cloth hanging, and this is going to be a challenge for me. Wonderful, eh? Searching for that, and they get 500 images of people washing cloth. Like, Okay, so it's coming up to there. It's hooking over, then going down to there. And you come out of there, so... I think a lot of the cloth physics are just all in shadows, but mm, okay. Now start removing actual bits of limb. Goes over like that. Then this all goes away. However, it's still visibly those hands under there. Or well, mostly. Isn't very confused as to how those two little bits of line got in there to obscure things in the first place. Right, this all needs A load of wiping out. And I guess we want... Because that'll do for... I'll do for actually giving me the rough shape of the cloth I'm working with. Oh, and that bit needs to go. Because that wouldn't be visible. Okay. That'll be the cloth in the... That's at least the cloth in place. It needs more fabric, more to draping though. Okay, that along with the same on the other side. Kind of imply that it's got some actual size to it. I I have to admit I don't know how to do this. I don't know how cloth works. I just don't understand. Like, I kind of do, but not really at the same time. No. It's just very awkward. Apparently naked moth girl looking at cloth. I do have to wonder what's anyone watching the this kind of scene in the shop would be wondering. Oof. I was close to something there. Yeah, because it's kind of bouncing on the wrist. There's going to be a kind of tenting thing there. Mm. You at least put that in to show that something's being lifted. Mm. Okay. Great. So it's falling. It's sitting there, and there's surely going to be a kind of like that. No. There's a kind of, as that purely as like shading, but still. Well, no, because it's coming down there, so it's kind of like there's a channel. More like more like that. Well, like yeah, there, because after that it runs out of hand, and that's a bad thing. We don't want that. Am I missing? No, I'm not missing something. That those lines just line up oddly well. That's the final piece that's really needed. Uh, clothes. I could go for I could go for the default, so to speak. Or I could just do a kind of essentially a shorter version, keep the top, but do some shorts. Let's get the top in, because the top's very easy to do in this. It's just yeah, the top is essentially that plus. Actually, there's. Right, that was fur. Okay, so oh right, okay, that's a thought. So it would have to be. Man, that's a difficult outfit to wear. Like the wings, the wings and the abdomen like entirely block anywhere for the top to go at the back. Which means that something else probably needs to be devised. Well, it's hard to do without something that'll just slip off. Or... Okay, that'll work. So the wing comes down there, that's that line. So that'd vanish off under there. That under there. And we just have that. Basically, it's just hooking over the abdomen at the base of the wings. A little bit of tension on the fabric there. And then the shorts. God, the ears, the the ear equivalent being there, just always hearing the fabric moving. Or I could go with the or I could go with a very familiar dress design, but that might be a bit rude. No heart patterns on that. Flowers, yes, no hearts. And this is going to be the same situation where there is a out of view, there is a kind of tie section. Like this would come up to the lowest, to like the highest point available with the thorax in the way. And then there would be a button tie at the top that would be looped around it to help things stay up. God, why is my line art always so thick? I always get way too nervous about it being clear enough. That's yeah. Close. Don't even have a great deal to talk about on the world building front this week. I did some prep for my game, but well, some of my players watch this, so And while the player shouldn't necessarily be seeking to metagame, it's not helpful when the DM or GM just kind of hands them the metagame. At that point, it's not really their fault. We need... Oh, alright, that's what I could do. That does the job. Hmm. I think that's better. A little less top-heavy heart. Final one. These will need merging. Oh, yes, no, God. Turning off the... Sure to turn off the mirror. It stretches the material and that does deform it. I guess not the way I'm thinking. I like that. Because that's the bit that's being actually stretched. Okay. Do I need that anymore? I don't. I think I probably should keep it just for the sake of the other lines. Having them there while I develop it. It's got one half the cloth wool, and I guess I should put the rest over here. I don't think I'm going to be able to get away with just... That should be up to there. Needs to be higher. That's it. Maybe not. Right, this is a this is a longer section of wall, so to speak. It has a little bit more. The change in theory would be more gradual. Again, I know most of this is going to be deleted. It's that's that. New. Just going to partially emulate this wall on that one. I see you. My thumb is real itchy all of a sudden. Ow. That's looking better. Then we have that jump. So we have this section here. And I guess I could just make that wall. Yeah, a little bit of difference there, break up the monotony of the scene a bit. Going to hide that for a bit while I take care of the flooring. Right. It's mercifully easy to make a decent wood flooring just by doing this. Or at least one that's good enough for me. So, after there, that's after there. It's going to be all of this stuff is going to be deleted anyway. I don't know why I'm doing it. Oh, right, not. Is that going to be? Do I need to? No point bothering with that flooring. Right. Okay. Bring her back and start cleaning. And the sudden realization that most of what you've drawn isn't actually going to be visible is a mixed thing, because on one hand, this isn't exactly peak environmental design, but on the other, the time was just put into doing it. We don't need any of this. This is all just here. This was all just here for completionist's sake. Achievement hunting and art. What's next? Now I should just be able to hide you. Not quite. Tiny bit there. Does anything else need doing? Oh yes. Couple more lines on this, but not much. That's okay. All right. No, get out of here. Get out of the moth. Get your hands away from the moth. Well, we have. I think the line art's ready. Okay, and I found them, and I found the I just checked and managed to find the the other artists page on this. Now now I need this for the swatches, so I'm gonna quickly drag this into here. So now we're gonna grab that, and I am just going to grab the colors. That's just white. That's not. Yep. That's pure black, but well, I know not to use those in the first place. Clothes. I remove that. Now we have the that little swatches layer that I can, a little set of colors. Oh god, what's going on here? Okay, that's just weird. It's just this system being strange. One background layer. Merge. Yeah. Don't need that anymore. Don't need that guide anymore either. So we're just left with, yeah, we're just left with a few things. Going to try and make it quick for myself to color this, but it does also have all this selected, which I will have to add. It's got nothing in, and I will take, let's start with the skin, because that would be the easiest, it's the easiest to put in to keep. What the? Oh dear, right. Okay, there's a few things I'm going to need to fix before I do the colors then. Just to make it work. It's just a case of making sure certain lines all connected in uniform places. In this case, making sure there is one running all the way along here. That should cover everything. Okay, got connected there, connected there. That's an external space. Grab that one. Anywhere else that I'm missing that could be outside there? Invert. Then we just shrink it ever so slightly. Back to that. God, that is there's an oppressively light color to deal with. It's visible when you zoom out, but oh shit. I can take care of that quick. Thank God. There to there. Okay. gonna have to just put something in the background just to make the character stand out with these tones. It's not a palette that I'm too fond of, I guess. Is that even? God, it tricks the eyes. Okay, let's get. Put that in the background. Yeah, see, you can't. That feels too. Let's make it just like a little bit darker. Oh, right, wrong layer. There, that actually looks like it matches now. The previous one was not. It's fine. We're underway. I was asked actually yesterday or this morning something to do with the Pathfinder game I'm running, as to whether a certain character had whether the campaign's main enemies have been revealed, and that's an interesting question to try and answer. Because there's definitely some villains now. The party definitely have a bit of a rogues gallery that's been built. The pair of traitor psychopomps, at the very least, Rothfeld and Azreli. And other than the people who turned them, obviously, it begs the question if there are any other villains out there doing work, making bank, messing up the world even more for the heroes to fix. Because the party hasn't actually seen the group that did the damage to the world, have they? They've seen the Carrion Queen sailing through the skies, screaming at the top of its lungs. They've seen they've seen one of the Dust Generals. They've seen the results of the hand. They've seen all the handiwork caused by the villains, but they haven't actually encountered any of the villains themselves. Which might flag up a couple of interesting thoughts. Thoughts that I'm not necessarily well placed to even discreetly put into a campaign, because it's entirely possible for a party to come to that thought and think, "Oh no, the GM has just forgotten, or we're not getting something." Because I mean, it's kind of unfair to expect a party to be detectives, even if there is a mystery to be solved. It's like a that is a thought that's occurred to me, but on the other hand, there's a lot of planes out there that have been corrupted, so there's plenty of rational explanations as to why we haven't directly encountered those responsible. That's kind of what I mean. Like there is the question to be asked of where are the people directly responsible for this, but there is also the problem that does lean both on me having correctly provided you with the with a direction that could stumble upon that thought, and for you the and for the party to find no other rational explanation. It's the it comes back actually to the principle that it's another OSP thing that's been talked about, of how interconnectivity has very rapidly become the norm when for a very long time it wasn't. Like within the past generation or two, it's become the norm to be connected. So if you are connected, that's regular, and if that connection is broken, there is something wrong. And the best description of it was the operative bit about this is sending. That spell that's been in D&D since the first version of the game. But it was higher power, it was a higher level, it was harder to cast, and it's steadily gotten easier as time has gone on. And I think it was like, because it's a 4th or 5th level spell in Pathfinder, and 3.5, that's requiring you to be 7th to 9th level. That is not a casually available spell. Whereas 3rd edition making it a 3rd level, so only level 5, that's very easy by comparison. Like, probably not a town thing, probably not a village thing, but certainly a town has a reasonable chance of having a level 5 adept or something that can cast that. Or just a level 5 cleric, I guess. My brain merged the systems there for a second. Right, and we have... What's the hair? The hair is these two? Yes. But it's kind of it was an interesting kind of thing of pointing out how until very recently it was expected that people would be out of contact for long periods, with contact being difficult or time consuming to organize. and that is that can be part of a disconnect between. It's kind of an unintentional thing, but it can be part of a disconnect between what players are expecting in a campaign versus what the GM is, or even between different players, because like they're keeping on this chat of the true villains and such, that there has been no contact with the villains. Depending on just your perspective on communication, the top of the chain having not been heard from in a while could just be standard information delay, or it could be a really weird thing. I suppose it also depends on how much of a helicopter parent you think Vecna is. His hands in everything, so I'd say he's probably quite nosy. Hell, it was even in Stranger Things. Though I suppose it's something to ask upon getting back to the real world. He strikes me as the kind who is happy to sit back and watch the organized chaos. He doesn't need to be directly involved in everything, so long as he can surreptitiously guide things from behind the scenes towards his inscrutable goals. Yeah, that fits with previous incarnations of Vecna as well as a character concept. Because the whole keeper of secrets and all that jazz. Oh, god damn it. Then there's the matter of Orcus, and I imagine it's been fairly heavily shown that the Carrion Queen isn't really making any plans. Okay, yeah, when looking at it in a vacuum, the colors are different, but nope. I don't believe we've ever been told anything about Orcus or his involvement in character. I believe it was mentioned right at the start. Plus, there's the whole thing with the demons. I think Orcus has been mentioned, at least at some point. Maybe, yeah. I may have. Who knows? I may just be confusing myself. Vecna's definitely come up. It's just I could swear that Orcus has too. We've definitely discussed Orcus out of character, if not in character. Okay. Yeah, I feel like it was mentioned in the sales pitch, so to speak, but and as I say, it wouldn't be hard for wait, oh no. Well, I guess Skit and Farah would be able to tell you. They both Farah definitely. He's the historian. He'd be the one to give you a rundown of the major forces in the war, which would require me to come up with the names of the rest of the allied major forces in the war. Fuck. Skipper, this is a direct instruction. Do not ask him about the forces of the war. Do not give Farah a reason to start thinking. Don't worry, I'll just ask the drowning devil on Sunday why the devils are involved, and he'll likely respond with discussion of the blood war and the demons' involvement. why are you involved with this? Something blood war. Something blood war. Or it's the hot fuzz line. I don't know. No one tells me nothing. Mm. That said, like unlike the vast amount of lore needed for this world that just doesn't exist yet, I do actually have a reason why the devils are involved. Whether they'll tell you is another matter entirely, but I do know why they are involved. Like that's much easier. My brain actually kind of skipped a moment there because for a moment I thought that the devils had even given you an explanation that already, but it's like no, there has been no point where there's been no point where that was properly discussed. Of course they haven't. Is that the same color as the skin? Yes, it is. Abdomen doesn't need any more coloring after this, then. Then we have two colors. What's that one? Okay, we have that one, and we have. Is that no? Which one is that? Just pure white? No, it's not. But it's such a tiny tone difference. And then we have this pink that goes in these. Takes me back to the first campaign I ran. That the actual big bad never actually got faced. I ended up burning out and having to cancel it before then, and it was partly because I actually didn't know what the antagonist was really doing or where he was getting his resources from. God, it's so mild. Needs to be made more intense. Yeah, that was the thing I massively burned out on compared to the villain they actually faced at the end. The exiled prince who turned himself into a Duke of Hell, who had the very clear motivation of wanting to rule the country he'd grown up in, or want to rule the country he had been born into royalty for, but to then despite being the oldest, had been then overlooked in favor of his brother because his brother wasn't a warmonger. Again, needs to. Oh god, Nope, no, that color is better somehow. Could I make it a little more that? No, that's already that. Damn. Mm. What the? I like the idea that the reason the Devil's no Celestial isn't because of the whole isn't because the whole role in the Celestial hierarchy, and more just because they want to know how to sling insults at angels and Celestials in general. I think it's interesting as well because I think Angel and Celestial are given different well, it's not even that, it's the angels have their own categorization, but I don't know exactly who they're meant for. Because there are many kinds of beings associated with gods in Pathfinder, but not but they typically have their own types. Like you have the Azata, which have got which I think they're a Desna and Elysium thing. Pity Desna is all about getting high, which isn't really my thing. Except that as canon, yeah, they are, yeah. Yes, the thing is, obviously, you've got the psychopomps for asthma. There are the inevitables that are still around. But yeah, it's just there's a lot of kind of groups that serve gods, and then the angels are just kind of there. I guess they're just for any god that doesn't have anything, and they didn't want to have to try and make one for each god because there's a lot of gods. Angels are generally from the upper planes, while more specific celestial servants like Azatus and Agathions are from specific planes. And there's the Archons, and yeah. It's like I said, it's just that it's the angels being the catch-all version. The angels being the kitchen sink. Okay, so now we have this. And we have 3 colors to play with on it. I know the top one is that. It's weird that you have angels as the generic good creature, and there's also specific Agathions, Archons, and Azaleas, but you don't have a generic outsider race for any other alignment. No generic evil race, for instance, only the specific devils, angels, and demons. Yeah. But I suppose at the same time, actually no, because you do have a load of then specific evil races, don't you? Because it's like devils, angels, and demons get counted as three kind of generic evil ones still, because then there's a chunk of just other evil types that aren't necessarily either one, that don't fall into those. Azata, Azaleas. I just read that without thinking. It's like my brother's like, "Isn't that a flower?" No, it's probably a Pathfinder thing. Yeah, just completely blanked on. Just completely kind of talked straight through that to myself. Yeah, there's definitely it does seem like it's not that evil gets three specific races; it's that evil gets three general ones. I wonder if there is more generic. There is some more generic evil stuff that we just haven't been looking at, because it is a big bestiary. To be fair, I wouldn't be surprised if there was something there that we just didn't notice. It's also kind of irritating because there is an there is a legacy site for Pathfinder First Edition that has a functioning bestiary index that you can use to search for monsters, but I wasn't ever able to find that on that on its own, that has a good search that lets you filter by CR, type, subtype, alignment, and all that, size and all that on the actual SRD sites. Okay, two wing sections done. Then we need. Okay, so we have 3 colors there. 3 colors then has to go into 2. So we're going to need. This one's going to need to be this color too. wrong. So yeah, we have. Wait, no, there's 4 colors. Damn, messed up there. There's only 3, and that's one of them. So we're looking, and there's only, and they don't go any white sections. Okay. I think it might be best to put it on this one. No, and then we want this pink. That's popping out much closer, much better there near the brown to contrast it. I know I have come across several outsider things with the evil tag to them as well. Some even just occupy the abyss, like the Klypoth, that are distinctly not demons, and were there before demons, and demons are terrified of them. I'll make this a repeat pattern. I'm really curious how Klypoth ended up as chaotic evil creatures in Pathfinder, considering the IRL mythology. I'm not actually aware of the original mythology for them. I may or may not have thought they were Pathfinder originals. Silly me. That's I don't know much about them in even the Pathfinder version. Just that they existed, or rather do still exist, but oh, that'd be a pretty color. That'd be a pretty look to do. Yeah, I think I know how I'm going to make these wings look. Then it's blue there and there, and there. Oh, textual. Okay, so there's this thing that many philosophical schools within Judaism subscribe to called Kabbalah. I'm not going to go into how it came about here, but to oversimplify, one of its core concepts is that all of existence is a struggle between the forces of good and the forces of evil. The literal meaning of the word klipoth, singular klipa, is shell. The right klipa is a metaphysical representation of the forces of good, and the left one represents the forces of evil. So, okay, so as you say, oversimplified, the klipoth as a set are both evil and good. Hmm. Oh, wait. Yeah, that does beg the question as to where the good side of things went. But I guess at the same time, this is from the time where things were like Pathfinder is not the most enlightened TTRPG, so to speak. It is not the most modern thinking thing. So, and they did also tend to have that habit of all outsiders of a particular group being a singular alignment, or at least very commonly, like demons, devils, daemons, Azata, archons. They all have fixed alignments, and you're not really intended to change those. The idea of them being the idea of anything like that being flexible, at least in the case of outsiders, which tend to have their alignment as part of their self, part of the intrinsic kind of base underlying properties of them, they're kind of not expected to be changed. It even says that, like, sure, it's very much phrased in the kind of it'd be weird, but there's the idea of devils changing their, like, if a devil changed their alignment somehow, they would still have the evil tag as part of their fundamental existence. True enough, and a lot of concepts from Kabbalah were taken and adapted by other cultures, so it's possible they're working with something filtered through a lens I'm unfamiliar with, quite possibly. That said, with TTRPGs and their habits for just kind of snatching creatures like that, or snatching concepts and kind of turning them into something completely or very substantially unrelated, it's I'm not I don't read too deeply into the interpretation they've given them as having some particular uh, ecclesiastic thinking behind it. Like the only thing I know about the Clypoth in Pathfinder is that if you make them angry, they can blow up demons. Thanks to that one kid in Wrath of the Righteous. Whoops, spoilers. Kinda. Doesn't really tell you much. So it could very easily be that they kind of did some cursory research, came up with the evil side of things, and kind of just kept that bit. Okay, those are the wings. The wings are looking nice. And I'm getting this little feather/leaf pattern in that mostly follows the original design generally. Not actually much left on the character to color, is there? Especially since I changed the eyes to be something different. But we do have a two-tone hair to do, and we have this section. Making sure to separate the character layer of color, the character layer and sketch and such from the background. I'm never gonna. I don't think I'll be forgetting that again. Given how the first time I did that, I did end up having to revisit that piece, and in making an altered version of it, meticulously redrawing the backgrounds, cutting a lot of stuff out, redoing all the colors and all the shading. And okay, so we have these three tones for the. Which one is it? It's the one with. There, I've messed up my. Okay, it's those ones. So these two are the. Oh, this is going to take a while. Let's try with you. It's not registering the presses very well. Can I get my mouse back? Thank you. Yeah, this thing's not picking up the tablet presses very well. Not when I don't move it. Very pretty. Stuff like this is why I said that I might not get this done today, because I'm trying to put more detail into pieces rather than trying to rush them, because I was getting into that kind of bad habit of doing speed more than attention, which is, I suppose, a risk with streaming in general, because you want the audience to get the interesting experience, get to be able to see the finished piece. But I mean, it's going to be seen. It's going to be seen anyway, and the point of this is for my own practice and for the person who made the character in the first place. So maybe it's just a pen setting or something that would let me get better single tap responses. But I really have to hit it to. And hell, those are all just dragging. None of those are actual, just from the tapping there, from me hitting it and having momentum and bouncing across the image. Yeah. I know what I might do. I might uh, not worry about the background straight away, and after I've colored the character, jump into shading them. The other color is this one, which is just the same but lighter. I'm very focused on this. God. I'm skipping this track. It's, don't know what that guy's doing, but it ain't good. It's nothing fun. My fingers a moment to rest. But yes, I should be putting more time into each piece rather than cranking them out, because I'm sure I will eventually get to the point where I can quickly produce better quality. But I won't if I don't get that quality in the first place. I already know I can do things fast. Now I need to know I can do them well. Which probably means the next few montages I draw that go up on YouTube will be longer. Well, I don't know what I think of this track exactly. It's like Batman interrogating the Joker but Batman got his voice box replaced. Ooh, okay, that's come out that's good. I like seeing that. Back to the classical look of Bug-Eyed. I'm going to use this as well. Put that back up. Back to my old preference for brushes. Well done. Thank you. No, no, no. God, what? Yeah, because that even carries the same look at a distance. Yes, there is the other color on the hair, which I said I was going to do. Which requires decently large brush, low opacity, and full fade. I think I'll start with the full opacity version. Because I know that all of the tips of these get that color to them. And it doesn't ever go on the inside, so it'll always be these sections. Damn it. It's the same with the hair on the head. All of the edges and outlines get the blue. Tip there. So this is all going to be back to here. Given that it does seem to go quite high on the, well, not quite, not too high on the main image, I guess. Whatever the case, even if I have to finish this after stream, this piece will be being finished this week. So it's not staying untouched longer than that. Not staying unfinished longer than that. I want to do at least one Artfight piece a week. Like, so even if I'm still kind of new and slow, I can at least get 4 pieces done. Then Now the actual fading work. I already had been at. Whoops. Bugsy eyes, yes. This is a. I went with the. I went with a nice bug look. Opacity just up to 10 there, make it a little bit stronger. One thing is having each one fade out more naturally than it currently is. Because the colors blend fairly seamlessly between parts in this. So just a little bit of spam. Pulling out RTS tactics for this. Next will be the Art Zerg Rush. The Art Full Frontal Assault. Yeah, I like. Okay, that's come out as I'd hoped, mostly. Now just the collar. Let's put a little bit up here first. Just a bit more to do later. Or shortly, rather. Now, in fact. That'll be hooked under there, but it can be used as a spill-off point for the blue here. Do the same up there. I'm just kind of getting into listening to this music. It's which no one will be able to hear in the VoD because it's still set up to avoid those. Because if someone just suddenly decides to make this music copyrighted, I don't have to retroactively figure all that out. And let's just add a tiny bit of it tucked in there. And the final step for the character is giving the cloth, and I like red, so I'm going to make its I'll give it a nice reddish tone to make it stand out. Get me my fade back. Well, this is more pinkish, but it's my stream, so I decide. I was about to think I'd have to redo that whole section, then that was going to be nightmare. You know what I should do? If I get the time before I send this, I I should do a real quick little sketchy version that's just this character with the wings and the color scheme, but just as a complete default moth. Because again, the piece said, feel free to draw her more moth-like, and I just kind of want to go, oh, I kind of want to do a dumb thing of go full moth. But I probably won't, because I have still lots of stuff to be doing. Keep the lumps away. Character is in scene. Now, I am going to real quick go and grab myself a drink, so enjoy the music and I'll be back in just a second. Okay, I am back. Song's changed, and let's make a start, unless I have something else that I can't think of that I'm missing. It may be best to start the shading on the character. Well, and add a little bit more. Just there. A little bit of colour fade. Oh. New layers. Set the soft light and the multiply, and then we get to work. Yep. Oh, that's convenient. Oh no, get rid of all that fade again. Right. So down, I'll need to. Oh God, what the... No, that's not what I was thinking. What the hell? So it's going to be shadow here. Of course, back there. too strong with this. At least too high, rather. There. Oh dear. Whoops. Sorry, yep, I'm a little out there. There we go. Whoops. You missed some of the shading. Sorry about that. You sitting there just hearing me ramble to myself for several minutes. Yeah. That colour not working. What the fuck? Hang on a second, what the... Very silly me, I've been actually putting this all on the base paint layer too. Oh well. Everything's been captured wrong here today, it seems. This little... Oh, I don't actually have that in the selection. Yeah, I think my shading's already gotten a little bit better because it took me a while to actually internalize it, but it got pointed out to me while watching... Who was it? It's kind of celestial sheep VTuber. Mithril Live, I think. But that got pointed out too. But it was sort of shown during their shading how, like, it's a very weird thing that how the point the shading is darkest is not the lowest point. It's just where the halftones stop. Because of reflected light. Hence like this, and like this already this look here, even though it's a little bit, the angle's a little bit off, it already looks miles better than what I've been doing. very strange to think about, but it definitely looks better than what I've been doing thus far. I do also need to do the thing of just taking more time with the piece that I'm working on. Just make it normal. Get a loose layer here and here. Oh no, that is still the right brush. I'm just getting confused. Oh, that section isn't selected. Right, that'll be why. No, that's not looking good. I think I need to redo this bit. Now this is, we're going to have to do a manual selection of this section. This sounds like some Lindsay Sterling. I doubt it is, but I'm going to check which what's coming up at the moment. This is, no, Mikey Geiger cello shots. So definitely not Lindsay Sterling. restart that. Around here too. There. And then from here. Oh, I think that looks good. If I can stay at the right distance and more around just here. As I say, a little bit bug-eyed, but oh, I know what I should do, because this is an indoor light, so it's going to be that very kind of warm orange. There. That looks better. Now that's actually got that soft indoor light. This is a moth girl who has come to buy fabrics and is desperately trying to not look at the ceiling lamp. The lamp. Yeah, now I'm actually feeling, yeah, getting stuff like that done right. That, to be fair, that is just almost a circle essentially. That's definitely an easy thing to start with, but no, I'll take the progress I can get. Okay, that caught me twice. I read it the first time, then I looked back at chat, and my brain immediately once again goes, the lamp. Guess it's too late for me. I'm a moth now. Mm. Mm. So I'm having to. I'm so quiet this time. I'm having to focus. But anyone who anyone interested will be glad to know that this has that getting that eye right, just getting the eye right, has improved my mood. Also, I managed to hopefully resolve things with the money situation, which might be showing up in a few days. Fingers crossed. Nice on both accounts. Yeah, it's solutions. It's the simple thing. It's I like the progression. It's the same kind of thing where I'm one of the people who can really kind of get into programming, because it's that long kind of back and forth fight until you get a fix on whatever you're trying to do. But then it's suddenly a real satisfying thing to have to put into place. Oh, now we've got there. %. Yeah, that's the reason I call myself one of the weird people who likes programming. That's back from my uni days. That's and partly because there were like 4 people in the entire year who were both capable at programming and liked it. I was not the best. I was not the best at it. There were several people who were better at it than me, but I did enjoy it. I do also take it as a persisting mark of pride that when we were doing some actual level, like full level assembly, I managed to make an AI that was too clever for the person doing that, for the person who was teaching us the programming side of things. As in, I hit a wall with it, trying to get it to do something, and he basically said that I don't know how to help you. Which is, kind of affirming to hear, but also also really irritating because I was stuck. It's like, okay, you can't help me. Oh no. I did manage to get that AI working in the end, though. They didn't look very impressive. They were still just using default Unreal Engine assets for the actual visuals because I was because I didn't have time to design full models for them. But but they worked the way I wanted them to. It was they tracked the target properly and such. Not sure if these are accidentally coming out too shiny or not. Their antenna, they kind of have that. They often have that kind of a lot of antenna have that kind of glossy look. Yeah, this little AI. It's been ages since I designed it, and I need to go back to all that kind of thing. But the way they'd work is that they would, uh, if they saw you within a certain range, they would try and chase you. And if they caught you, they would deal some damage. But you had a doppelganger kind of thing you could drop down to distract them. That they would, if they were chasing you during that, or if they saw it, they would chase it immediately. Or not exactly. I had to do some some botching to make it work properly because I couldn't get them to recognize uh, the doppelganger as a proper entity. So in the end, it was in the end it used in the end they ended up using sight detection to track the player, but just a separate hit scan for the doppelganger, and it worked. They did the job, but it wouldn't have flown on a bigger project. Put some just general white and put that. No, that's not looking right. Okay, yeah, from the work I've done and the amount left to do, I don't think I'll be finishing this today. Oh, this is reminiscent of an old song I love. Makes me think of Anthem of the Angels by, I think it's Breaking Benjamin. Okay, it's veering away from it now, but you know. Yeah, this feels good though. This is. I'm going to have to. I'm going to have to ping Mithril on Twitter or something to thank her for that, because this is definitely an improvement from previous work. And I do try and acknowledge the people who have helped me on the path to improving. I keep forgetting to do that. No, that's not right. It's more like around here. There. These bits will be a little bit harder for me. Oh, this should just be straightforward. There's barely anything here to show anything beyond the key shadow. Okay, so this is, because of the way this hangs, there's going to be like here, isn't it? So this, it's about here. This stuff down here is just going to be generally dimmer. And there should be a faint one just here. Yep. What about around the front? Because most of this stuff isn't going to be in shade exactly, just... No, I should get rid of that and do that with the pink tones. Oh, this one. Then we want the orange. Oh, now. It's blue and yellow, so that usually makes green, so... Might be completely barking up the wrong tree here, but... Well, I don't know if it's how color is. I don't know. I don't think it's how color is necessarily meant to work, but it's doing the job. It's looking good, just not necessarily correct. But I'll take it. Good, but not necessarily correct by the laws of physics is something of a motto in this court. If it looks good, it is correct. Yeah, you know what? That works too. And again, I need the win, so No, that doesn't look right at all. Well, it kind of looks. Oh no, that actually does work. I think only one layer of it. Yeah, only one layer of it. But that just adds that faint tint, reflected from the blue. A little bit of color mixing going on. Haha, color theory. Who knows if it's the correct theory, but it's a theory. This is a much better application of color theory than red stripes on the floor in a children's hospital. Is that the one? Is that one where it was less stripes and more smears? Where it was meant to decorate it and make it look nice, and it actually just looked like blood? Oh, is that the one you're thinking of, or are you just thinking more general basic application? Yep, that's that. Yep, yeah. I know exactly the. Yes, I remember exactly the one. And I suppose by that same theory, this is a much better. If this is wrong, this is still a better application of botching color theory than that one. Yeah, I kept just kind of defaulting to whites when I was doing previous colors when I was doing previous shading, and it was definitely like a massive contributor to or blacks, whites, grays for shading using soft lighting and multiply, and it was getting the tone well enough, but it was always making things look kind of washed out. Now this one I am actually going to use white because actually not quite. I can use a mid-tone because it's got some reflection off there, some off there. So it'll be a lighter tone. Same with here, and this one should actually use a little bit more red. Same with down here. Here will just be a dark. No, not dark enough. Mm. Now I'd say that this one just needs to mix with the blue, but it kind of already does. needs to be closer, actually. It needs to have less overall space. But we also have you, and that's very close to white already, unfortunately. Which actually gives us very little room to wiggle with. Like, we're stuck on essentially using pure white as the only way to make this section any lighter. Oh, of course. Grab that. Just a little bit darker. And then dark in there. Yeah, that red smears on the floor of a children's hospital. That was that very much was that was a designer that was really not thinking about the context. Yes, exactly that. I'd also like just the shape. Like, sure, red is okay, but like, never mind children's hospital, any hospital putting red smears on the walls, it turns it from there was another one that it was on Mock the Week, when Mock the Week was still running, where kids had tried. Now this one gets a bit of leeway because there were actually kids doing the color stuff. The teacher perhaps should have thought about it a little bit more as well, but the kids were the ones picking the colors, as far as I'm aware, and they were like decorating the windows for a place, for somewhere. Maybe I think it was like the school or whatever, or something like that, or these big posters to hang up somewhere. But what they went with was big red handprints and like hand paint, like finger painting and such, like primary school. Very nice, very friendly. This large red handprints plastered on a window. Zombie apocalypse. It was like that in fairness just seems like a bit of a miscalculation on the part of the teacher. Like that's fair enough. It perhaps should have been thought about a little bit more, but it's not the worst. But at least like that was the case of like there were kids doing their thing and the teacher was probably overworked, underpaid, all that good stuff. Yeah, I have I have sympathy for a teacher who is just trying to is just dealing with a lot as our teachers all over the world are, and just kind of makes a mistake. Sort of like doesn't think as hard about something as they need to, when they're also especially not a they are not meant to be graphic designers, but yeah, like, there are one should think at least twice about these things, preferably 3 times. One shall count until 3. I'll be heading off. See you around. Can't wait to see this when it's finished. It'll probably be finished by the time you're back from Sabbath. So yeah. Thanks for sticking around as long as you can. I'm going to be finishing in a couple of minutes anyway. I think fairly soon anyway. But yeah, and I'll see you when I see you. See you as well. Nice. No, there's more I can do here. I can stick around for a little bit longer. Guess that need to go for more like there, I think. Points are always fairly dark. And we'll need some more of that orange. Orange. Slightly lower on the color. Right, that's what I do with that. Grab that color. God, this is coming along so well. I'm so pleased. Ah. The hands. Yeah, a little bit of that on there is good too. Mm. Okay, let's see. What are my actions? Give me 2 seconds, folks. I'm confusing myself. Okay, let's see if I can send us to Semi Enigma because she's had a rough day, rough week, and she could use some sympathy. Cue that up. I'm just going to put Moth good vibes. So that's the raid message if anyone wants to copy and bring it across. Tomorrow I'm going to be starting a New Game Plus playthrough of Blasphemous, and there's going to be something special along with it, so I hope people show up for that. I am very, very hype about that. But for now, that is going to be all from me. Don't have anything else to say, I guess. Usual. Sure, plug the socials. Everything's there. Follow me wherever. It's Twitter and Discord are currently the best places to get the alerts for when I go live. Even if Twitter's being its usual imploding self. So yeah, guys, go say hi to Semi. They'll see and hopefully see you all tomorrow.